Hello farmers, and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25 on Pichonniere Valley. We got some more sugar beet to harvest. I've been doing that here for just the last few minutes with a push harvester because, you know, the real ones, the in-game ones for sugar beet harvesting are real expensive. And this only costs us like $1,500 to purchase. So since we're only harvesting sugar beet a couple times in this series, yeah, we went ahead and got ourselves a hand pushable cart. But yeah, we need the sugar beet for us to be able to make sugar, which then gets distributed over to the winery so we can make some wine. That is what we're kind of... Oop, I am full. So that is what we're just finishing up here on this map. Just a couple more things to do before we call it a series. Can we unload? Thank you. Hopefully everyone had a nice weekend, a holiday weekend for some. But it's back to a Monday. But at least you know it's summer. Hopefully the weather's nice for most of you, and it's not too hot. Hey, FS Farmer, welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. And John, welcome as well. So we do have some rain in the forecast. I literally just logged in, and of course I haven't been on here since last week. So don't remember everything that we have accomplished so far this month. But I didn't get a chance yet to go around the farm to see how the animals are doing. It's October, so I'm guessing we got to cut the grass if I haven't already, so we got to check in on that. But yeah, there is some rain in the forecast. I don't know what time. Something tells me it's not supposed to be until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think we got some time. That's why I'm trying to get the harvest done. Although I can harvest the sugar beet in November as well. But not really knowing what the weather is for next month either. Let's try to get this done. And this should be the last thing I got to harvest for this same in-game year. Never tried the bakery before. Is it worth it? I mean, if you're making flour, then yeah. I mean, if you're going to play many more years on a map, definitely getting the bakery is worth it. I'm not sure if it's worth it to make the cakes, but it's definitely worth it to make the bread. Cakes require a lot of material. Actually, I myself have not done cakes since we did Riverbend Springs, the first map that I did in FS25. I've had a lot of bakeries and made a lot of bread, but as for making cake, it just requires a lot of material. Yeah, but I would definitely recommend the bakery. If you're going to be on a map for like another 5 years, you'll get your money back on it. I mean, that's even if you're playing hard economy. If you're playing on like normal or easy economy, you'll get your money back a lot faster, of course. Trying to make sure I empty out all of my sugar beet in certain spots, so when I drive around with a trailer later on to pick it up, I won't have to, you know, drive forward a meter or two to get another one. I can just park it in one spot for a few minutes and load it on up. Yeah, but as for most productions, I say most, you're definitely always going to make more money by taking your crop and making it into something else. Not all productions are that way, especially you got to double check your modded productions that you may be using. I have used a couple in FS25 where I had to edit the XML files, so we made sure we made somewhat of a profit. There was a fish farm I used early on Dark Forest, I think it was. That fish production almost made me lose money until I went in and edited the XML file. Not all productions are created equally. So, yeah, the only thing we're really left doing here on Pichonniere Valley on this farm, this is the first year we're making wine. And I don't think we even have a pallet of wine yet. Oh, wait, maybe we do. I might actually see a pallet of wine over there. So, yeah, this is our first year making wine. And now the last thing we're just kind of working towards is buying the BGA, which costs relatively about $900,000. And then we can start putting our cow slurry and manure in there to start making electricity, methane, and digestate. Hello, Sue. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. That should only take me a couple more minutes to get this sugar beet harvest done. This field will need to be plowed because, root crop. Plow it on up and get it set for next year. Enjoy the Dark Forest playthrough. I do like those forestry maps where, we start off with, I don't want, pretty much nothing, then have to cut down trees to make farmland. The only slight issue I have with that, oops, I wasn't paying attention. You are full, sir. Did I miss my drop-off point? Kind of. Is the fact that we just make a lot of money from the logs and trees, especially if you have a sawmill and you're making something. So by the time I really get the farm going, and it's not too far into the series, it seems like I have loads of cash. And when it comes to Farming Simulator, I don't like having loads of cash in my bank account because we don't earn any money from the money in the bank account. It's not like we have interest. It's kind of the opposite. Like when you have a loan and you got to pay interest on the loan. When you have money in your bank account, you don't earn interest on it. So money in your bank account is not earning you money. So you got to spend it on fields, equipment, so on and so forth. Trying to build up millions of dollars in your bank account. I mean, I guess unless that's your goal. At least when I play the game, I like to play it to where I'm working towards something. Working towards having millions of dollars in my bank account does not thrill me at all, so I like spending my money. But yeah, next season, which will be year 13 for us here in Pichonniere Valley, year 13 is our last season here on this map. Had a lot of severe thunderstorms in Illinois, so fireworks won't happen until the 10th. Well, as long as most people stay safe from the severe weather. Up here in the Northeast, the weather was pretty good, and I think everyone got their fireworks off, as far as I know. I live out in the sticks, so I didn't, I could hear them going off way off in the distance. If you're asking what map I'm going to next after this one, not really put too much thought into it, other than I actually might be taking a complete break from Farming Simulator for a while. Got some other games I want to stream. I was actually thinking after I get done with Pichonniere Valley, on Mondays and Tuesdays, start getting ready for the Plague Tale third story that comes out in August, which, is only about 40 or 50 days away from that third storyline. I'm thinking about getting the first story. We'll start the first story on Mondays and Tuesdays. That'll probably take me about, I don't know, like 6 or 7 streams to get through the first story, depending on how well I play. And then, of course, we got the second story, so yeah, I'll probably take a break from Farming Simulator 25 and start doing the storyline of A Plague Tale: Innocence when we do so. And I think they'll time it out almost perfectly. for when the third story comes out. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Hope you've been well. Yeah, there just hasn't been a whole bunch for Farming Simulator 25 as for mods or whatever coming out that really gets me excited to get on a different modded map or, you know, something new coming along of a production or something like that that makes me want to jump right into it. Hello, Panther. Hope you had a nice weekend. Also, I think we're also getting kind of close to Transport Fever 3 coming on out. I think that's scheduled maybe sometime around September. So a lot of other games to get to. And hello, Miles. Welcome. Alright, so it looks like we're going to get the sugar beet harvest done before the rain gets here. That's a lot of sugar beet. There we go. Unload that. We'll turn it off. Fold it on up. And we'll go put this in the shed. Alright, so at least I got that done before the rain got here. Now I can't remember if I cut my grass yet or not. I want to say I didn't. So that'll be the next step. But before I do cut the grass, I got to make sure that the sugar production has enough sugar beet to continue. I don't want that running dry. Alright. So, yep, sugar beet. Let's make sure the sugar production is going to be running while we're cutting the grass. Windmill, sugar beet. Doesn't look like I got a whole lot in there, but I actually got 31,000 liters of cut sugar beet in there, so that's fine. The winery, we got 18,000 liters of grape, and we got a good amount of sugar in there. And we don't think, do we have a wine pallet out here yet? Okay, we do not. And no, the grass field has not been cut. All right, so let me just double check on the animals and what they're up to. So the cows are looking fine. They got bedding. They got TMR, so they're okay. I'm sure the chickens are good for another month or two. Ooh, I probably should top them off once we get the grass cut. So let's jump into... Let's jump into the Kubota. The Kubota's got the trailer on it for the sugar beet. Let's grab the Fendt. Alright, Batwing mower. How long have I been streaming today? About 20 minutes? Probably not even that long. Just started. So I do believe... let me go this way. Boy, the frame rate in the farmyard is just seems terrible. Actually, it's not bad. It's at 66. That's pretty good. Can't really sneak through that way. All right, I'm trying to drive through this way because I want to see how many bales I got for the cows. But we should have plenty from what I remember. And yes, we got a good amount of silage and hay bales, so we don't need to be making anything for them. So we can go ahead and do you want to lower the mower? Thank you. So we don't need to be making any bales for them. So we can just make silage bales out of this and sell it next month. Help us fund for the BGA. So yes, I did actually release an episode of ATS yesterday, in case you missed it. Oh, I did not post that. I did record City Skylines yesterday. I just need to post that. That'll be for Wednesday. I did get a little work done on SnowRunner over the weekend, trying to get set up for this week's streams. Oh, which does remind me about SnowRunner. So if you're following along with SnowRunner, I think it was Saturday, I customized our Azov to have the crane and a flatbed in the back of it. And it actually loaded up 2 pallets, even though the pallets were clipping into the crane. And I tested it to see if the crane would glitch out if I unfold the crane in the pallet, and it did not. Well, I found out yesterday it is a problem if you unpack the cargo. So if you saw that setup or know what I'm talking about, be careful. It will be, you can put the cargo on there as long as it's packed, but if you unpack it and the crane is clipping into the package, it's going to flip over your truck and everything. It's going to go berserk. Our equipment's not that dirty. It's not that dirty at all. So hopefully today we can get on through the winter months and get on into next spring. And I'm also hoping that when we get to next spring, we may have enough money to buy the BGA. I need another $500,000, so it's quite a bit amount of money. Oh, the one thing I have not checked on, because it's October, are there any contracts for, yes, feeding stall refill, accept contract. I got to put hay in the feed troughs for the wildlife. And it's not really the dirtiness of a tractor, by the way, or whatever that hurts performance. It's maintenance. Oh, John, don't worry about about that little mishap in SnowRunner. Didn't affect what I was doing yesterday at all. But I was wondering that after I got done streaming, it's like, you know what? What I did not test with that setup is, what happens if you unpack the cargo and it's in the crane? Takes 3 minutes to clean your equipment. How hard is that? Looks more professional. Have you ever been to a farm? When it's the middle of the season, you think they're washing their equipment day? It helps if you put the mower down there, sir. You think they clean their equipment every day? Heck no. Hello, James. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. All right, field number 2 done. And the last grass field. If I can get this all done before the rain gets here, that'd be great. Well, the one thing I gotta check is, did I get all my fields weeded as well? I can see that one's weeded. Need to double check our stock market page to see if everything has been sold that needs to. Being October, butter and mayonnaise would be at the top of the list. And again, hopefully next time we cut this grass, which will be next April, hopefully we own the BGA at that point, and then the silage bales can go directly into there and make us more cash. Not that I'll need it, because I won't have nothing else really we need on the farm to buy. Wonder if SES will introduce truck washes. And from what I got told, and I don't know who said this a long time ago, but there are truck washes in ATS. I tried driving through one, but my truck wouldn't fit. But someone said they were planning on bringing something along that into the game, to where your trucks would get dirty, greasy, or whatever, and you don't have to wash them. But right now, I think SES is kind of focused on getting the game ready for console. So I think what I learned from last fall here, when I feed the 3 troughs that I have to for the contract, I'll just have to go over to the other 2 and give them a bale. I think the contracts are for at least 3 feed troughs, and having only 5 down, I won't get another contract for the other ones, so I'll just have to go over and do them all together, I suppose. Looking forward to Coast DLC for TF2 since you can't get your wheel to work on Fernbus. Which one? It might be Bus Simulator 27. I've been getting a lot of emails on for them want me to play that. I just can't get into the bus simulator type games. It's fun for like the first hour or 2, but then after that, I don't find it interesting anymore. Kind of the same with all those store simulators that are out there now. To me, it's just the same, even though the titles are different. It's like Pet Store Simulator, Sports Card Simulator, Trader Simulator. It's getting to be all the same to me, of stocking the shelves of product and then selling it, running the cashier till you can get it yourself a worker. Alright, grass is mowed and completed. Now we just need to bale it on up. Look out, deer. We will wash the mower to make Panther happy. Although I consider it slightly dirty. Well, the mower might be dirty, but already it's clean. Not going to get much cleaner than that. And yeah, the tractor, hardly dirty at all as far as I'm concerned. It's got a lot of paint chips on it, or paint chipped off of it, but that's it. And now for the baler. Make sure I turn on automatic drop. And we should have enough bale wrap and everything. Put the Batwing mower accidentally into Destroyer. And it does just that. Yeah, it destroys anything you run over, basically. That's why I use the Batwing mower on Dark Forest. I do not like the stump grinder in-game in FS25, but the Batwing mower made that work rather easy. Oh, do I see our first pallet of wine out there? We do. Yay, our first pallet of wine. Nothing like a good peanut brand from 2026. May want to let it age a bit, though. Have you sharpened the blades lately? Yeah, every time we go over a rock with a mower, the rock sharpens it. I think that's how it works. Not sure if you sharpen the blades once or twice a year. I think it would go on usage, amount of hours you use it. My farmer just up the road, they sharpen theirs after every cut. And I think this year they're only going to get 2 cuts in, not 3. It's been kind of a wet season, so getting into the fields has been kind of rough for them. But they sharpen theirs after every cut. I mean, I wouldn't call them big fields. But I guess it all depends on what you're used to. I don't know how many hectares or slash acres they are. But I mean, if I were to guess how many acres they mow, boy, if I were to try to count, I would say it's probably somewhere around 100 acres at least. I don't know what that calculates over into hectares. But I would say, trying to ballpark, I would say they probably mow about 100 acres. Alright, over to the third field, we'll get that baled up. And then we will feed the deer their hay. So the forester is happy, and the forester will keep the boars away from our fields. Hello, David. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Thanks for stopping on in. Yep, we got our first pallet of the good stuff. Actually, the good stuff I would call. I made a lot of the good stuff back in FS15. In FS15, I was making loads of vodka, and that was bringing in a lot of money back in FS15. Yes, that was a mod back then. And yes, we had productions even way back in FS15. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of potatoes, and you got yourself some vodka. What's the alcohol content? I don't know wine well enough to know what the alcohol content would be. But my wine is probably watered down so I could gyp you out of your cash. But since we sell it for about $4,000 a pallet, it's got to be some really good wine. Wine is like 10-13%. I used to buy a lot of wine. Not for me, though. And every time she would have wine, she would, say, "Oh, just try a little." No thanks. I'll stick to my vodka, tequila. Thank you very much. Wine. No thanks. Which is weird because I love grapes. I love raisins. But wine just never really could acquire a taste for it. You used to make beer 10%. I'm not much of a beer drinker either. I don't mind beer, but I mean, I think I said this before. Beer, after about like maybe the third beer or fourth beer, I'm probably going to wake up with a hangover next day. The hard alcohol doesn't do anything to me, really. I mean, it does something to me as I'm drinking it, but it doesn't affect me by giving me a hangover or anything. But yeah, if you see a bottle of wine in my house, it's not for me. Wine and champagne. Champagne's another one. Hello, Kels. Welcome. Hope you've been well. Oh, okay, cider. Yeah, I kind of forgot about cider. Like apple cider. I do like that. Got drunk when you were 17, felt terrible the next day, and thought that's drinking you can keep it. Or was it the wife that straightened you out and made you an honest dude, honest and sober? Only time wine in your place is for cooking with. I don't even. Well, I hate cooking with a passion. I cook to survive. That's about it. I don't cook for fun or. I hate cooking. All right, last swath, and these bales will be ready. I'm just going to say 3 o'clock in November. Let's empty out that one last bale. And to make you guys happy, we'll now rinse off the baler. Again, what I would call slightly dirty, not bad at all. All right, so before I feed the chickens and go get the rest of the sugar beet and make cut sugar beet, I do want to check on weeds. Oh, wait, was I supposed to be... Oh, I think I got a plant crop this month. 16 and 94. Both of those were canola. 16 rye, 94 rye. I need to be planting rye. Is that... Oh. Did I plant those fields? Okay, no wait. They are planted. But they got weeds in them. Okay. Alright, so we're in the John Deere. We'll grab a hay bale. Let's go get the contract done. Have I tried the cleaning cart? Cleans machines 3 times faster. Well, if you've been on the channel long enough, you realize I don't really tend to clean my vehicles that often, apparently. Alright, 1 hay trough done. I've been about 11 hours sober. Actually, I don't think I was... I mean, I had a drink yesterday, so I wasn't intoxicated. Bouncy, bouncy. Okay, that feed trough is now full. Off to the third of 5. This should finish up the bale. Going to this one over here. Sure do get a lot of weeds now with the new drill that we're using. As I say, it should take that full bale. Alright, so we completed that contract, but I gotta go feed 2 more feed troughs. What eats out of those? No, it's not actually the wild boars eat out of the feed troughs that we're doing. It's actually the deer that eat out of the feed troughs. And since we're doing the work for the forester, which I'm surprised they didn't make a character for the forester. But, yeah, we actually are feeding the deer. And in return, the forester helps keeps the wild boars from eating our crops. To me, I think it would have been more interesting if we just had to put, like, corn in feed troughs to feed the wild boars. There are nuisance down there in Mississippi, and beavers. Yeah, beavers are a problem in a lot of places. Alright, that's the fourth one. Now I gotta go put it in the fifth one. Oh, dear, John Deere feeding deers. Pretty much. Luckily, all of our crop is still in the first growth stage, so no crop damage when I drive over it. I mean, I try not to drive over it, but in-game it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, the feed trough is on the grass side? Oh, I thought it was on this side. Well, I did the smart thing, actually, by putting it on the grass side. There we go, and then we'll just grab this and bring it back to the farm. Whoops. Alright, did I click on that contract? No, I did not, but now we have. Yeah, does it say so in the help menu about that? Contracts, crops, farming basics is going to be down. Basic, miscellaneous character, transport, loading machines. Does it have a help menu for, just to give us an idea of what it is on feeding these troughs? How to care for your animals, bees, goats, animals in general, improve yield. Farming basics. Oh, persistent farming, highland, crop rotation. So that'd be under the highland, right? Nothing there either. No, it's not under the highland. That would be under the Verado DLC. Alright, let's go put this bale away. Gotta remember, I want to put this bale separate to let's remind me that it's not a full bale. Although I probably get it mixed up when I go do it. I'm gonna make some TMR. Let's see, if I put this one... I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget when I make my next TMR load. Although I could be making it sometime soon, so... Alright, let's grab... Speaking of TMR... Let me just go ahead and get that going. Yeah, I'll have to make a batch soon. We want to grab this. and go pick up our sugar beet. Put it through that auger, which cuts it up, and that goes into the windmill, where it takes the cut sugar beet to make sugar. And we get more sugar by putting in cut sugar beet than just the sugar beet in general. And while this is filling up, I'll take a quick look at the stock market page to see if I should be selling anything before we move on here today. Butter. Yeah, I think on the butter we'll wait until the end of the year and nothing else. Although the wine price is pretty good. But the only place to sell the wine is on the train, apparently. Or at least the best price is on the train. I think I did a little bit of a calculation. I think we're going to make roughly about $70,000 on the wine, which is not going to be too bad. Trying to think, did I buy my pruner yet for the grapes? I think I did. Having a little bit of a flashback to Riverbend Springs when we used to do all the crates of wood chips. We're just going to be using one pruner. We don't have that many grapes, and it's not going to take me too long to do them. And I'm only going to really have to do it once, because next year is our last year, so after I harvest the grapes, I don't really need to prune them again, because I'm not going to be here for the year after that, so I'm only going to prune them once. Alright, that's about as full as I'm going to really get it. So, let's go dump these off, come back and get the last of those. Don't think I'm quite lined up for this, but we'll see. Nope, not quite. There we go. So again, this auger is taking the sugar beet and cutting it up and putting it into the mill as cut sugar beet. Does the windmill turn cut sugar beet into sugar? Yes. So with this particular mod, the windmill mod, if I put sugar beet in here, I get 50% return of sugar beet into sugar. By putting it in as cut sugar beet, I'm getting a 60% return on sugar. So 10% more sugar by putting in as cut sugar beet. And this windmill mod came out in FS25 rather early, so if you're searching for it in the mod hub, it's been in there for quite a while. And it holds a lot of material as well. I think it holds 1 million liters of product, raw product. And then I think it holds half of that as what it makes it into. So like if it for sugar, it'll hold 500,000 liters, I believe. And thanks, I forgot who it was that mentioned it, but I did not know there was an auger that turned sugar beet into cut sugar beet. Is that actually part of the mod pack? I forgot now. That would be under augers and belts. Yeah, it's this one right here. So it is part of the sugar beet cutter pack is what we're using. So I spent just a little under 15,000 to get that. So not too bad. Trying to see if there's like a rate it would actually do it at, but whatever. Yeah, I do have the trailers from the cut sugar beet pack, but obviously the trailers are much more expensive than an auger, so... Don't know what it is about today. My allergies are fired up. I've been sneezing quite a bit today. Alright, so after I get this dumped in, we'll get some winter wheat or barley. I forgot what I got plenty of. Actually, I think I got plenty of both, and we'll top off the chickens. And that should get us into almost next spring, I think. They can go 5.5 months, so it might get us to March on the chickens. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. Alright, so now I can put the auger away as well. Get that moved so it's not right in the middle of our farmyard. Not spring. Winter barley will do. 12,000 liters is all we need. Why don't you have a multiplayer server like start from scratch? A lot of reasons. I had a multiplayer server back in 19, and it went rather well, but then after, you get a couple people coming in and it just kind of ruins it for everyone else. Gets to be a hassle. I didn't think I would have that much trouble. Back in FS19, I probably had like 8,000 or 9,000 subscribers. Maybe even less than that. And yeah, the amount of people that would find it fun to go in and ruin it, everyone else's fun by doing stuff. Let's see here. I don't need this trailer for anything for a while. Oh yeah, there's my pruner right there. So I do have the pruner already. I did buy that. Alright, so I think what I got left to do is take care of the weeds. So I think on that we'll use the 3650 John Deere. Yeah, let's drop off the front loader because I don't need that for anything right now. And then I'm going to drop off the weight over here so I can forget about it. Wow, Forza. I was looking at my games yesterday, just quickly. I haven't been on Forza in over a month and a half myself. It shouldn't take me too long to get rid of the weeds in these two fields. I think it's just these two fields I got. Let's double check on that. Should be just these two here. Let's see. We took care of the weeds in that one. Oh, crud. Field 65 I need to do as well. Alright, so I got 3 fields to take care of. And here comes the rain. Well, the good thing is rain does not affect spraying for herbicide. Using a mod that removes dead weeds when you sleep. I really haven't been, for the past 4 or 5 months, really been keeping up with the mods in FS25. But like I said, I think when I get done with Pichonniere Valley, which we're headed into the last season on, I'm going to be taking a break from the game. Got plenty of other games to get to. Oops, raise that up, fold it up. The last DLC for Season 2, that is another map, right? If I remember correctly. I mean, we just got the second DLC from Season 2. But I think the last part of it is another map. And I'm wondering what that is going to bring to the table. So yeah, so you can see on the sprayer, I got the See and Spot sprayer, so it only sprays herbicide where the weeds are, using very little herbicide along the way. Actually, the one thing I wish we could see, and maybe they actually do it, but I don't check out through the winter months, is if we actually see the wild deer come over and eat from these feed troughs. Well, spray with pulse with modulation. What does that do? That, I mean, it tells you when you buy it, but what it actually does is when you're spraying it for fertilizer, so when you're putting liquid fertilizer on your fields, it'll put the exact amount down for that particular soil type, crop type. It'll give you an even spraying across the way. If you're trying to use your sprayer for weeds, you need the See and Spot sprayer for weeds. So the only two fields I got to take care of after we get done with the weed spraying are the grapes and where the sugar beet are. Sugar beet, of course, that'll be planted again next spring, and the grapes, we just got to prune them, and that should regrow on their own. I think we'll do the other field in November. So let's get this done. We'll go back to our house. We'll sleep through the night. Wake up in November. We'll prune the grapes and then spray the third field. Take it easy over the bridge. Oh yeah, the grass fields will also need to be fertilized. Oh, that's right. I got some straw bales here that need to be sold. They'll be sold in November because I got straw on the bale loader. And of course, I'll need to sell those so I can pick up the silage bales that we just made. So yeah, this will need to be plowed, right? Yep, needs plowing. Weeds are growing. All that fun stuff. I'm not looking for anything in the sale page, so I'm not even going to bother looking. Wake up at 8. 8 o'clock in November could be kind of... It'll be dawn, I think. Sun will be coming up just barely over the horizon. Alright, a little foggy in the morning, but it'll be okay. So yeah, the grapes. The grapes are ready to be pruned. Actually, I need the John Deere for that. So I guess I'll spray for the weeds right off. Let me go ahead and check the stock market page, see how things are looking. I could sell some eggs. The wine price seems to be always good. Again, it's hard to get a good idea on the wine because I just activated the mod, so it hasn't even been a year yet. So I don't know if there's a really peak time, but the wine... Yeah, looks like this late in the year is a good time for some wine. How are we doing there? So I went through about 6,000, 7,000 liters of grapes. I got like another month and a half of production. And I might actually already have enough sugar. I need half the amount of sugar. So maybe I should start storing sugar. And I could sell that if I wanted to. How much does sugar sell for, and where does it go? Max price is $5.24. Uh, I mean, it's nothing great, but it's not bad either. And by the time I actually stock all that sugar, it's going to be past its prime, right? Sugar sells best in September. Let me go ahead and switch that over to storing. Because I don't need any more sugar in there, and that's going to make 60% return. So that's like 35,000 liters, 40,000 liters of sugar that's going to make. Alright, so the 3650 is going to get used quite a bit still. Let's go take care of these weeds, and then we'll switch over to the pruner. We'll take care of the grapes. Wait for the growth stage in the grass so you don't get too much fertilizer. That's what I always used to do. But sometimes I don't mind getting the fertilizer down right after I cut it, because if it over-fertilizes, I'm okay with it a little bit. Especially if it can get me by like on the second cut by over-fertilizing it. I guess it all depends on how busy I'm doing. There's a lot in this game. Yes, there is. I'm hoping that Giants adds more. I don't think Giants is going to add any more to FS25. But let's just say next November, November of 2027, they release FS28. If we keep on the same cycle that they've been doing, I'm hoping they add more to the game, as in water and moisture. So taking care of the fields needing moisture, Also, when you harvest crops, the moisture content in your crops. So when you go to sell them, the moisture content needs to be a certain percentage. All that kind of stuff. It seems like a lot, but it's like it's true with any game. When you are new to a game, there's a lot to learn because you haven't played it before, and you got to catch up on everything. If you play the game long enough, to other people, it may seem like there isn't that much to it. But that's why when people come in asking for advice, they say, "Oh, I'm new to Farming Simulator. What should I do?" I just tell everyone, turn everything off, and then start that way. And then once you get the hang of what certain pieces of equipment do, what steps you need to do, then you can turn on things as you go. And that is the good thing about Farming Simulator 25 is you have the option to turn off like weeds, putting lime down, fields need to be plowed, all that kind of. You can turn all that stuff off and it doesn't matter right off. You can figure out the game and learn what you need to do. Usually when I play, I have everything turned on except for Fieldstone. I do actually have Fieldstone turned on this Let's Play, but we don't usually see the stone come in too much because I don't plow that often. Although I will be plowing the sugar beet field. So we'll probably see some stones come up there. Yeah, but the game can overwhelm you if you're new to Farming Simulator of everything that it has to offer. And another thing you got to learn with Farming Simulator is, at least in my opinion, it's not a game that you need to rush. Take your time with it. Sometimes we all get caught up in the money side of things because obviously you're trying to get money to buy equipment, but at the same time you need to slow down and take in the fact of what you're doing. Then you have the management role of the game. Well, also, if you first start out, if you play on easy mode, and easy mode just makes it to where you earn more money when selling stuff. It's easy to bring in the money. I play on hard economy, and I think the money comes in at a decent pace. And I still try to make it a little bit more difficult for myself, but I'm an experienced player in the game. So I have no issue. I know how to make money and where to make money. I still get a few requests for me to play on easy mode on a Let's Play. And I keep thinking, I'll have millions of dollars by the end of year 1 or 2. What do I do with all that cash? But sometimes you just got to slow down in a game like Farming Simulator to enjoy. I mean, it's only been about a year and a half, but already, like, I take the fog that we have right now that we're seeing. I kind of take that like it's always been there, but that's new to Farming Simulator. And right now, it's November, we got morning fog, and I can immerse myself into the scene and say, yes, this does remind me of, well, for where I live, this would be more like an October kind of a morning, maybe even September kind of a morning. Did I get all the weeds behind me? I think I did. Yeah, I just got a little strip over here. You're on hard and you got 80 million. I've seen your fields, Miles. You got like 3 feet. You own the entire map and you only got like 3 fields. They're huge. Okay, so weeding is done. You have snow turned on, but you got layers turned on? Oh wait, or is that a setting in FS22? Hang on a second, let me just make sure. You can have snow turned on, but if you don't have it to where it accumulates, you're not going to see it. Or did they change that? Snow on. Oh, they don't have layers anymore? Alright, so that was FS22. Or is it under another setting? Alright, never mind. That setting doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, as long as you got snow on, it should accumulate. I mean, if you're just skipping through the winter months and not really doing a whole lot, you're probably never going to see it. Depending on your map as well, because it takes a while for the game to render in the snow. So if you're just waking up and then skipping the day, you're really not going to see it probably accumulate. Alright, so this is the first time I have pruned grapes since Kills the Tuscany in FS22. So it's been a couple years since I've done this. But I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's winter here. So, wait a minute. You are in the southern hemisphere? Ooh, is that going to reach? Oh, that is not going to... Wait a minute. Why won't that reach over? Alright, this tractor might be a little bit too big for this. The 710 is what we'll grab then. Hopefully that... I hope I don't got to buy a narrower tractor to get that to work. Did olives on Dark Forest? Yes. But yeah, I haven't pruned grapes in about a couple of years. And again, on this series here, I'm not allowed to borrow or lease. So if this doesn't work, I'm going to have to buy a small tractor, which I'd rather not have to do. But it looks like this one will reach. So what we are doing is we are removing the old foliage off the grapevines, so when spring comes around, it will regrow. Really, I should be using one of the narrower tractors. If I'm trying to get by without having to buy one of those. They're not that expensive, but if I could use a tractor I already own, then why spend money on one? Actually, how much are those tractors? They're going to be under small tractors, right? That one's like 40,000, 60,000, 91,000. So yeah, they're not cheap. Oops, I was like, why can't I go forward? Uh, one of your light poles for your driveway is in there. Talking to your friend in Brisbane this morning, and she was sitting there in a cardigan moaning about the cold, and it's 24 degrees Celsius. Isn't that like 60 degrees or something? That's not cold. Hello, Thomas. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Yeah, 24 degrees Celsius. I think that's like a cool night here in the summer. So yeah, enjoy me pruning the grapes because this is about the only time I'll be doing it on this map. Because next season is our last season. So after next year's harvest, I don't need to prune them again. Because we're not going to be here. So, prune the grapes. I gotta make some TMR for the cows and fertilize the grass fields. And by the time I get all that done, we should be able to sell the bales. No, I popped out of the, didn't know that was even possible. Can I get back in? Alright, that is... Alright, let me turn that off. If I were to fold it up. Now I'm kind of glitched. Oh, wait a minute. Did it glitch it back in? There we go. I forgot how much fun it is to prune grapes. That morning fog is really holding on tight here. What's one of the things they use? Thick as pea soup. Probably needs to be plowed again between the grapevines. I'm going to try to get this one here. This is the line I'm most concerned about because it's by the road. The terrain kind of goes up and down quite a bit, so I'm curious to see if I'll get it all. Alrighty. Now we're having a little bit of an issue. Alright, I guess I gotta stay really close with the 710 to get this pruned. Especially this side right here. But looks like we're going to get it all. Did they change the width between the grapevines? Because I'm looking at this. I know in 22 I was able to get 2 pruners and do both sides at the same time. I don't feel like this one, if I had one on the front, if I could do both sides. Because it seems like I am more to the side I'm pruning than the other. I'm not going like right down the middle. If I try to go right down the middle, this will not reach, it seems like. This is why I don't want to do a big vineyard. Although course play in 22 could do vines. It seemed to work okay in 22 from what I remember on Hills of Tuscany. I would assume it probably works the same way in 25. But I would probably, if I had a course play worker doing this, I would definitely get myself one of those narrow tractors. Because I don't know how a course play worker would handle hugging the vines like I am. How did you miss that one little piece there? There we go. This job would annoy you. That's why a lot of people don't do grapes. There's many reasons why many people don't do grapes, but I mean, we're in France, so we got to do some kind of winemaking. I kind of remember a little bit in FS22. I didn't actually watch the video. I maybe watched about maybe 2 minutes of it. But someone was doing an entire map of grapes. And I was like, more power to you, sir. Alright, last row of vines to take care of for pruning. And it might be the only time I prune vines in FS25. I'm good on grapes every 2 years, it seems like. So next time I'll do grapes will be June of 2028. Probably shouldn't say that because Giants will come out with the... Like I said, I think the last DLC for the Season 2 pass is a map. And watch them come out with some kind of Italian map where it's... And they do some kind of like a modded grape thing. But hooray. We are done with the pruning. Thankfully. Yeah, it almost seemed like if I had one on the front, I'm not sure if I can get both sides. Not like we used to in 22. Sterling job. The job is done. I'm not sure I would say. I would not go that far. But those are one of the jobs you got to really stay focused on. Had that one little glitch where the pruner did come off the vines and I was stuck. Well, luckily it glitched back into the vines. Alright, so the fog has cleared. Let's grab the Fent and the slurry tanker, because the slurry is what we are... We got too much slurry. The cow barn can only hold 500,000 liters, and usually we're anywhere between 400,000 and 500,000. Well, the one thing I have not checked... I don't think I need soil sampling done. I think we're fine on that. Go to here. There. Oh, I take that back. The grass fields need to be soil sampled. I could have swore I just did those. Alright, so before I spray the slurry on it, we gotta take some soil sampling. Oh yeah, and you also got your bales still in the field. Well, alright, so I gotta do soil sampling. Then we'll go sell the straw bales. And then I can pick up the silage bales. They're not quite silage yet. And then we will put the slurry down. The 710, our first tractor on the farm, and almost got 19 hours on it, which does not seem like a whole lot. Oh yeah, look at the pallets of wine that we have already. Alright, so need the mini-map. And if I do this roughly like right here, I can get both fields in one go. I know that's kind of weird. I'm kind of soil sampling the road almost. And if I get the sample right here. Send those samples off. Alright, these fields are done, so now when I get out... Yep, now we can see... Yeah, it looks like the nitrogen is... actually might be fine in this field. Alright, maybe not here. But over here, it's got too much. It's all over the place. The pruners used to move outward. Not sure if it's the same in 25. They did, at least this one did move outward a little bit. But I don't know if they widen the gap between the grapevines when placing them. Or the pruners don't reach out as far as they used to. Sand, gravel, asphalt, farm sim, roadcraft edition. I mean, it knew what it was doing. Seems like I always underestimate how much work I gotta do when I log into a farm. I'm thinking, okay, we're in mid-October. Just got a little bit of this, a little bit of that to do, and before I know it, we'll get on through the winter months. And we're over 2 hours into the stream, and I'm still not into the winter months. Alright, send those samples in. Alright, grass fields are all set, other than fertilizer. Drop that off. So a couple of things I don't want to forget about, not that it's costing us too much money. Which one is it here? This one here. Are we still... Yes, we are still making canola oil, so that can keep on running. So that means the mayonnaise production is still going strong. Actually, I could use some eggs in there. Obviously, the milk and butter. All right, we're not backed up with butter, so we're fine on that. So that's doing good. So what? And the windmill, that's the sugar beet. That should be stocking the sugar. And the winery, again, that should be plenty of sugar in there. We're not distributing it anymore. So that should be a plenty for that. All right, let's jump into, well, the Fent is on the sprayer, so the Kubota. We will grab the straw bales and go sell those. Those need to go up to the animal dealer. I think straw is only accepted at the animal dealer. Let's see here. Straw. It's actually $45 out of 49, so that's not bad. Yeah, Animal Dealer is the only place that can sell it. I'm sure of it. Yep. All right, let's throw the beacons on. And looks like the trailer tires. Surprised Giants haven't fixed this yet. Since the last patch, or maybe the patch before, where our tires, and it doesn't matter what map you're on, it seems to happen on a lot of different maps. The tires are sinking into the ground and obviously restricting our speed. When I get to the bridge, since it's a just different texture, it's going to pop the tires up above the ground and we'll get back up to speed. There we go. Until it happens again. So, unfortunately for me, the Animal Dealer is at the far north end of the map. But it gets us to travel around the map and see more of it. So each of these bales are 20,000 liters apiece. So if you can do math quick enough, you pretty much know what we're going to get for the straw. I'll let this car go so I can go around it and turn in. Okay, let's sell this straw. Probably get about 30,000 for it. I have no idea, but 30,000 seems about right. Okay, about 20,000. 23,000? Yeah. Just waiting for the pickup part to fold up. There we go. Alright, now we'll go get the silage bales off the grass field so I can go ahead and spray them with slurry. I think I said about 3 o'clock in the afternoon before the silage bales will have fully fermented. No crosswalk there, so we don't stop for the pedestrians. Not that I would either way. And can I sneak in here far enough to grab this bale before I hit a tree? Yes, I can. Call them zebra crossings over there. Never heard that before, but interesting. I mean, I can see why they're called that, but... maybe it's actually called that for a different reason. Are they called that because asphalt's black and you got white stripes, so it looks like a zebra? Or are you calling the people crossing in the crosswalk zebras? For a different term I may not know. Probably get a worker to spread the slurry in the large field, because that way I don't have to come back and forth the few times that I have to. We'll do the two small ones like always. And then I'll hire a worker to hopefully get this field done, but I think I'll have some issues doing so, like it has recently. Okay, bales are off the field. Just go park this in the yard for a few more hours. But by 3 o'clock we can go ahead and sell them. And by that time I should be done doing everything that we need to do on the farm. Yeah, some parts of this field are 0 on nitrogen, other parts are way over, so... Yeah, I don't know. So let's go ahead and put down another layer. I think precision farming has been doing its thing recently again, so where sometimes it removes the nitrogen from the field when I do harvest, and sometimes it doesn't. If I do a bird's eye view, it's kind of easier to see the texture changing in the ground where I've been and have not been. Alright, field number 1 done, but now we need to go top off on the slurry. See how much slurry we have here. Oh, I've been going through it pretty good. This at the lowest I've been in quite a while. Actually, I probably could use some manure on the other field. Maybe I'll switch out the slurry for manure on the larger field. Yeah, this doesn't have the sensor on it, but still you'd think it'd be... The value types would be somewhat relatively close to one another, but it seems like they're just all over the place. It's all good. It's just grass field anyways. And who knows, I might not even really be cutting the grass next year too much. Yeah, the other field, I think I'll swap this out and put the manure spreader on it. And I won't use digestate anymore, just because when I eventually do get the BGA, I got Omatana's TARDIS tanker that holds 200,000 liters. That'll be easy to bring on over to the BGA. But the manure, I don't have a large trailer. We got probably 500,000 liters of manure to shift around. But that pit does hold 4 million liters, so I got plenty of storage space still there. It's usually been the slurry where I've been running out of storage. And I think for the most part, we did fertilize or put slurry down on our fields before we planted this year. So I expect by the time we get to next spring, the cows are going to produce a lot of slurry, and we might be back up to the 450,000 liters again. Alright, let's go put the slurry tanker away. We'll grab the manure spreader and get a worker to do that. Is that where I left the weight before? Must be. Yeah, that manure pit looks like it's full, but it's got tons more space, actually. Oh, that auger needs to be put away. Yeah, that's full enough. Again, the worker is going to draw it directly from the manure pit. And at least with the manure spreader, unlike the slurry sprayer, the working width is a lot wider than the implement itself because it has a spreading disc, where the sprayer working width is the same as the implement itself. So it's more, has a tendency of clipping onto trees. Oh, my brain just had a complete brain fart there. My brain saw a course play in the map and was like, what is this setup? Headlands too, yada yada. Overlap. With this, we'll do 3%. Generate course. And again, it doesn't want to do the north end of the field. I don't know why course play every once in a while does not want to do the north end of this field. That's right, can't turn the camera because that's on. Which is kind of weird how that works. And start position number 8. That's good. 6 minutes. So I'll have to do the north end of the field myself, which is no big deal. Alright, so I need to get the front loader and the weight back on this tractor. The eggs need to be moved over to the mayonnaise production. And we also need to move or make some TMR for the cows to get through winter. How did I drop off the weight in that position? Alright, so 2 silage, 2 hay, 1 straw. So I guess I'll have to steal this one from the top, or we'll just bring that in there. Drop that off. Widen the forks. And then I can just grab these 2 right here. And yes, our lovely Mercedes is pretty much down to just hauling the TMR mixer around and doing nothing much more than that. For a while, I was doing contracts with it while I had a worker going in one of our fields, and I was using the other large tractor for work in one of our fields, but it got to be a little bit too much of management to run everything, so... Alright, so that hay bale way over, that's not a full hay bale. So we're going to grab this one. Can I grab another one? Without running into a post. It would help if your forks were down all the way there, sir. Alright, and now one straw bale. Now, it should be about 80,000 liters of TMR. I am going to grab a straw bale and put it in their shed for bedding. They should not be out of bedding, but since we're getting ready to zip on through the winter months, for the most part, I want to make sure that they're good to go. Ooh, frame rate dropped quite a bit right there. You gonna take that bale fully? No, you didn't. Didn't think you would, but... So you got a little extra straw in there. Sent me 2,376. Oh, was one of those silage bales not the full silage bale? Probably. Alright, it's TMR, that's all that matters. And it's a good amount of it, so it should get us on to springtime almost. Their feed trough looks empty, but it's not empty. Yeah, they hardly took any at all. The feed trough just looks like that every once in a while. I don't know why it kind of looks empty when it's got like 2/3 full. Alright, so we got that all taken care of. The worker is still, I think, spreading manure down. So yeah, this... can I... Start engine. Has nothing in it. Fold it on up. Is there a fold button? Or is it considered folded? Where are we going to park this? Well, I actually got the perfect spot for it. And don't worry, it's not far. Just right here. You want to turn? Doesn't like turning on the cobblestone. Lovely. That's parked in beautifully. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem for the sugar spawn point. Forgot about that. We'll deal with that at a later time. Let's try, since we're waiting for that to finish putting down manure. You're blocked by an object. You gonna figure it out, Mr. Worker? Or am I gonna have to go over there and help you out? I think I'm gonna have to help him out, because usually by now they would have figured it out. Well, I was gonna plow up. Ooh, can I get in here to get that plow with this Kubota and the dual wheels? Alright, looks like I gotta go help out the worker, because I wasn't expecting them to get stuck with the manure spreader, but... Alright. I think technically you are done for what you were, because you're at the end of your area. I see manure spread everywhere. Yep, just gotta do the north end of the field. Alright, FS Farmer, thanks for stopping on in. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. And, yeah, hopefully we'll catch you again sometime soon. Did you fertilize this north end? No, you did not. Alright, so hopefully I got enough in the trailer myself to get this done. I think I do. And yep, we're going to call that good enough. I think I got the majority of it there. Alright, get rid of the mini-map. We don't need that for a while. And my right rear tractor tire is stuck under the ground now. Now hopefully Giants has a fix for that coming. And I guess I'm going to park this tractor just in here for now. Watch out for the wooden wheelbarrow. Right, back into the Kubota. Alright, so this field, our sugar beet field, needs to be plowed up. This shouldn't take us too long to get done. And that way it's ready to go in the springtime for replanting some more sugar beet. Although, I don't need more sugar. We are producing enough of it from this year. But yeah, I may just sell that excess sugar if the price gets up high enough. Kind of tearing up my grass a little bit. Well, the good sign so far is we're not getting that many stones. Okay, I may have spoke too soon. Well, I'll definitely get this done before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so we'll get this done. We'll fast forward time. Go sell those silage bales. And then start doing the whole winter thing of selling the butter, the mayonnaise, probably some wine as well. Before that price starts to drop. I don't know when it's going to drop, but at some point it's going to drop. I just don't think we're going to get up to the 900,000 that I need for the BGA. Alright, just a couple more passes. I mean, I didn't really need to plow it per se. Yes, it does need to be plowed, but you can just replant in it if you want. Just that your yield won't be as good. And since we got the equipment and we got the time, it's better off to do it. Alright, that field is all set. Probably when I plant with it, with our planter, I don't remember if I did it with fertilizer last year or not. I think the field was over-fertilized. Again, we bought that field with peas into it. So when I planted the sugar beet, I think I had a lot of fertilizer already into it. Tight squeeze for getting that plow and Kubota in. No, 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 don't fall over. Stay upright. Thank you. Nope, you need a tractor to move that silage bale, sir. Alright, we're in the Kubota. Well, might as well take that. right, let's fast forward to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, 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 whoa. I said 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That was a little too fast. All right, they're fermented now, I'm sure. Seeing that it's almost 8 o'clock. Got a little carried away with the time scale. Whoop. There we go. Get some lights on. All right, luckily this is the last thing that we were doing in November anyways. Those are our straw bales. I'm kind of keeping them around. I don't want to take a trip all the way up to the animal dealer just to sell 3 bales. And who knows, I may end up needing them for the cows or something. So for now, they are fine there. So this might be the last time. I'm kind of hoping that we come up to the BGA to sell stuff. Hopefully next time I need to do silage bales up here or what have you, we will own this. So it should be about 40,000. So we should be somewhere around $380,000 by the time this gets sold, and that would mean I need about another $500,000 to buy the BGA. $383,642 is what we're at, and yeah, we got about 39,000 for those bales. Oh yeah, someone did ask, why am I not doing alfalfa in our grass fields instead? We did for a little while, but then, as I found out, because we used the crop rotation mod, grass yield with crop rotation does not change. It stays right at like 100%. Alfalfa, it drops over and over and over again. So having, if you keep cutting alfalfa, you get less and less yield out of it with the crop rotation mod. So that's why we do the grass, not alfalfa and clover and all that stuff. So just kind of keeping it simple. Well, here's to hoping that we get a good amount of butter, mayonnaise, wine to go sell. All right, we're just going to go right to bed. And we'll wake up at like 9 or 10 o'clock in December because we don't need to get up early for anything. Also, hope there's no snow accumulation either. Not that I don't mind the looks of it, but I don't want to be driving around into it. Great demand for mayonnaise. That's what we'd like to see. How great is it? Mayonnaise. All right, so it's not that great at $39.58 when the max price I can get for is $4,300. The price is going up. Butter price is going up, but it's not quite there. We're not doing manure, silage. The wine price is still pretty good. And I got 15,000. Is that almost all of the wine? It should be. Is it 1 for 1 on the wine? So yeah, I should be getting like another 3,000 liters out of it. But I think we'll go sell that at the train station. I think that's where that needs to go. And right now, that's $60,000 worth of wine, plus our environmental score bonus, which is at, been a while since I looked at it, 12%. All right, so wine is tag place. I do believe that's a train station, right? Yeah, that's got to go on the train. We can untag that place because I know where it needs to go. All right, let's grab the wine first of all. Since the mayonnaise and butter price are still on the increase, we'll wait until later in the day. Yeah, I'm going to have to use super strength to load up these pallets on the train. I'm not going to bring a pallet fork down and load them out that way. We're late in the series now. I've done enough of the pallet fork loading. Oh, I did not load the eggs into the mayonnaise production, which is not a big deal. It's not like we're going to run out of eggs there. Just to show you and confirm myself. Mayonnaise. Yeah, we still got 1,000 liters of eggs there, but yeah, I need to shift those over. Alright, so 900,000 is our goal. But I don't think we're going to quite get there in December. We'll get a good amount of the way there. What is the milestone I'm trying to reach for this final series? We've already done everything I wanted to on the series. And this is the first year that we've done wine, and this is the first time I'm selling wine. And right now we're just saving enough money for the BGA. The BGA is just like the cherry on top of the sundae at this Let's Play at this point. Next year is our last year, year 13. I think this is the first time I've used a train to sell pallets. Nope, next entryway. We'll unfold the gates here. Unstrap. And now we just gotta wait for the train. It's 1.2 kilometers away. So now we just wait. Let me turn on super strength so I can lift up the pallets. I'll be here very soon. Question is, which way is it going to come from? Now, the train usually comes from that direction, headed that way. But when you call a train, depending on its closest point, you'll stop and come back the shortest way. But it looks like this is the shortest way. You do have a flatbed on here, right? So I can load up pallets. At the very back, you do? Okay. Okay, so I want to get that cart kind of where I'm going to be running back and forth to. Should be good right there. Hello, Remy. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Thanks for stopping on in. Wait, do I gotta go through this little gate here? That's gonna suck. Can I... Oh, you put a fence all the way around that. Okay. Well, we'll get these moved over. Oh, wait, I can just reach right over the gate or the fence and do that. I mean, not... Whoops. Not ideal. Just gotta make sure when I pick them up, I'm far enough away from the pallets so I can reach further. So not ease of access for putting pallets on the train. I mean, I probably could have moved the train somewhere else and brought the tractor over so I'm right on top of it. Luckily, I don't have too many pallets I gotta move. Nope, nope, nope. Well, okay, that's fine. Getting a little PTSD from SnowRunner and pallets and falling off and all that. Alright, so 2 more pallets, and then we can strap these on. And hopefully get about 55,000 in total. No, $65,000 in total for all these. Alright, they should all be strapped on. $15,000 liters. Yep, that's what we had coming over. So they're all strapped. I'm not going too far before it's going to kick me out and ask me if I want to sell. So $91 for leasing the train. That's not too bad, and hopefully $65,000 in cash at some point. 66 and 8. All right. So $74,000 in wine, and we're still making a little bit more wine. Not a whole bunch more left, but $74,000 more into the bank account. Can I? Okay, I'll have to run around the fence. That's asking a lot from a white boy trying to jump over a fence like that with a cowboy hat on. Anyways, all right. So we don't need the HUD anymore. All right, so we're halfway there to 900 grand. Probably best thing to do is go up to the because we're kind of up here. Go up to the dairy production, which is right here, and start loading up the butter. Yeah, I'm thinking we might get up to $700,000 in the bank account by selling butter and mayonnaise. And by the time we get to March, it will have more butter to sell. And that may get us enough for the BGA? Question mark. Thing is, I want to have the BGA for a little bit on the series. I just don't want to have it for a month. Hopefully we can get it in the spring. Don't have the patience for a game like this. You like games a little bit more fast. We do have some fast tractors in the game. We got that JCB tractor that does over 100 and some odd miles an hour. Not useful for farming at all, but it does go quite fast. I did drive all the way up here with the rails down on the trailer, but no harm, no foul. Alright, so for me to get into the dairy production, I know I say this almost every time I come up here, I gotta go past the entryway because I can't take that sharp of a corner. And then we got to turn around here. Cut it a little bit wider, and then... Oh. That's right. This may not fit through. The Kubota may not fit through with the dual wheels on it. No, I need the Fendt. Now I got to back up with this trailer on it. Oh, this ought to be good. Yeah, that's what I expected. Where am I from? I'm in the northeast of the U.S. In New England. We're just going to grab this and... Kind of forgot about how fat the Kubota is. Yeah, that's not going to make it through there. Oops. Alright, bring this back to the farm. We'll have to go get the Fent. It's okay, we're waiting for some time to pass anyways. Need that butter price to go up, but we're just getting loaded up and prepared for selling butter. Grain mill in this map is 150,000. You think this is an advantage? Once we consider the regular one is 200 and something. I mean, I played on a map, Shamburgo, where the factories were... seemed like they were pennies on a dollar compared to the base game ones. You definitely want... if you're going to play on this map here, you definitely want to buy... if you're going to do a mill, you definitely want to buy the mill that's on the map. Because it will accept all of the other crop types. Not just the base game ones. The base, if you put down the base game grain mill, it's not going to take the triticale, spelt, all that kind of stuff to make flour with. So you should buy the one is cheaper, as you just said, and two, you can use all the crop types in there to make flour, and or on this map, old. It's not called old flour, is it? Forgot what it's called. We can have a look, though, because I don't own it. It is, where is it? Ancient flour. So yeah, you can make ancient flour with that other crop types. I need you, Mr. Fent, because you will fit through the door at the dairy production. And you have the horsepower. You know what? I'm going to forget about it. It's on my mind. Where's my John Deere? I need to get those eggs into the mayonnaise production. Yeah, but it's one of those things. If you're, if you're playing solo in Farming Simulator, some people may look at this grain mill in this map and say it's too cheap for what it is. If you have the right mods or whatever, and you can edit your money, you can always take out money and do it that way. Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can play this game financially. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a little bit extra. Alright, 6,000 liters of eggs, that should be good enough for the mayonnaise production. But yeah, when I did Shamburgo a little while ago, those factories were only like $20,000 or $30,000 a piece. I don't know why they were that cheap, but that's the way they were. And on that series there, I was like, that's fine by me. But there are some times where I like a challenge. So if I find that something's a little bit too cheap, I will take more money out of my bank account if I'm paying for something. Alright, so now back into the... Nope, not you. Into you. Alright, let's go get our trailer and that butter. Actually, I do have that. I think it was part of the Kingley DLC, so I should have that tractor here. Is that under large tractors? Or is it, that might be a standalone mod. I don't think I actually have it on here. I forgot how fast that tractor actually goes. But I think that JCB tractor does like a couple 100 miles an hour. Not very useful in this game, but it's there. Now I did last week adjust our trailer here so it accepts more pallets. So I might be able to get all the butter on the trailer in one go. Does 153 miles an hour. Got it on your baler. I'm going to drive in first person because that's the best way when driving in here. Because the camera clips on just about everything. That is our forklift over there. That one there, not that one. That one's just decorative. But that's our forklift there. But we're going to auto load this butter. So it used to only take 2 stacks, but I think I got it, as we found out, it may take 5 stacks now. Alright, so now what we're waiting for is the butter price to get up to the max price-ish, and it's going to be somewhere around midnight, so we're not going to wait probably that long. And right now it's going to the warehouse. So let's advance time to almost afternoon hours here. Or late afternoon. $14.56 to the warehouse. How's that mayonnaise price looking? That mayonnaise price is still getting up there, but it's not quite there yet. Alright, so we'll probably have to do a little driving in the nighttime. I do want to try to get the best values I can so we can get closer to that BGA price. $14.80. Mayonnaise price is going up still also. Yeah, it's going to kind of hesitate there for a second because we're going through midnight. Trying to slow down time here. Uh, 15 to 12, and the price is now going down. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise price is still going up, so we got to go up to the warehouse with this. Warehouse, I know where that is. Let me get back in cab. Remy, the games I'm currently been playing and streaming. I've been streaming, of course, you're watching Farming Simulator 25. I've been streaming Roadcraft. SnowRunner, which is kind of like Roadcraft. Other recorded series I'm doing is American Truck Simulator, City Skylines 2, Transport Fever 2. That's the first time I've ever been stuck on that reel there. That's interesting. Yeah, it's hard to get this trailer out of here. Mirrors aren't telling me anything 'cause they're black. Oh, I didn't put the rails back up. Oh, that might be why I'm having a hard time. There we go. I think it was Bob earlier said he wasn't getting any snow accumulation. Well, I'm getting it, as you can see. Games I'll be playing in the future, Remy. I'm going to revisit. I don't know if you know anything about A Plague Tale, but that third storyline comes out late August. I'm going to stream the first and second story here later on this month and into July. So if you're unfamiliar with it, you at least have an idea watching the first and second storyline. So when the third storyline comes out in August, you'll be good to go. Transport Fever 3 comes out later this year. Construction Simulator has another version coming out later this year. I know I'm missing some other games that are coming out later this year that we're going to be doing, but that's kind of some of the games that we are playing. Roadcraft will have a DLC later this year, I'm sure. I know I'm missing another game in there somewhere. Every time I list the games I'm going to be doing that are coming out later this year, let's just say there's 5 of them, I'll list 4 of them. And I always forget one somewhere. Well, the warehouse is up by the animal dealer, so if you were here earlier and you saw me deliver the straw bales, that's pretty much where we got to head to. And then we got to come back, grab the mayonnaise, and go sell that. I would like to get up to 700 grand in the bank account after selling all this stuff, but I don't think we're going to get that high of a price. And I got some grain I could sell, but that's not going to be a high value item. Just taking it easy because I don't want to tip over our trailer, and I think always going through this part of the road, my tractor or trailer always sink into the ground here. SnowRunner has season 19 coming out in Q4. I'm trying to get done with season 18, man. Don't push 19 on me already. Not only do I want to get season 18 done, I'm hoping to clean up some other seasons and also start some other seasons before 19 comes out. But yeah, yesterday I spent some time in SnowRunner getting some jobs set up for when we get to streaming it later this week on Thursday. So we can get about 4 or 5 jobs done rather quickly. Oh, this tractor. I'm asking a lot of you to be hauling up 47,000 liters of butter. I must say, the weather in real life this week is a lot better than last week. Last week, the weather where I lived, temperatures were in the mid-90s, very humid. Compared to today, temperatures are right around 80 degrees, low humidity with a nice summer breeze. It's almost like the perfect summer day. And I'm sitting at my computer. I'm always sitting at my computer. It's the work of a content creator. You always think you're going to get free time, but I do spend a lot of my free time right where I am right now, getting things set up and checking out other games. Alright, we're almost at the warehouse. And I did not see how much we're going to get for this butter, but should be somewhere around... geez, I don't know. What was the butter going for? Well, I'm hoping for at least $60,000 worth of butter here. All right, how about 71 and 8, 79? All right, so almost $80,000 in butter. Yeah, so I don't think I got $170,000 worth of mayonnaise. I don't. We just sold it not long ago. So I don't have that much. So getting up to 700,000 is probably not going to happen. All right, right now I'm just trying to turn to get out of here. There we go. When I mentioned Maine, you went back to see if you finished. You haven't either. I'm not sure if they added jobs to certain regions once in a while, because there were some regions I thought I had done. I went back and I'm like, oh, there's like 3 more jobs to do. And I was like, when did that happen? How did I was sure I finished that map. So I never read the patch notes in SnowRunner because I can't keep up with what they're putting out to begin with. So I don't know if they added jobs in certain regions. Husband's gonna love your channel. We love to watch all those games. He plays some, but work now is going crazy. Yeah, work is always should be a priority. That's what pays the bills and allows us to play games, right? Or, for me, work is playing games. So. And the funny thing is, on my off time, I do watch some other content creators. They play games that I don't get a chance to. I don't usually watch other content creators playing games that I already play. Alright, so we're coming up to grab the mayonnaise, but I don't think that mayonnaise price has peaked yet. We should get up to $600,000 in the bank account, I would think. Finished all the contracts, now doing tasks. Yeah, the only thing, as you know, I don't know why. I don't like doing the contest stuff. Alright, so the mayonnaise price is still increasing. And it looks like I got over $100,000 worth of mayonnaise. But if we fast forward time a little bit more. 42.72. Price is still going up. And at least we're in the morning hours. 42.48. 42.48. No, the price is going down, but the arrow shows it going up. Alright, let's go sell this before it gets dark. And are we out of canola oil? Because no more mayonnaise has spawned. Yeah, we are done with the canola oil, so we got to deactivate that. And then the mayonnaise will deactivate that because we don't have anything to be made. So yeah, after we sell this, anything else I should be looking at selling? I mean, I could sell the winter wheat and barley, but it's not worth that much. Alright, there's only one place to sell the mayonnaise, so I don't need to see where I need to go with it. I try to do the contracts that open up warehouses first. But yeah, I've learned that now too, to do the contracts first, then work on the task. But as you know, the one thing I don't like to do are the contests, where it's kind of like a timed thing. But by not doing the contest, I don't really finish the region at 100%. Alright, Remy, thanks for stopping on in. I'm glad you're liking what you're seeing, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime soon. Enjoy the rest of your fabulous Monday. Alright, so how am I going to get up to $900,000 in early spring? I mean, we're still making butter. I guess I got to start looking at more contracts. So I may be selling some silage bales before I can afford the BGA. Again, this is going to get us up like 650,000. Oh, wait, that's the bar. Oh, all but one pallet. Come on. Get in that sell point. Alright, I've used super strength quite a bit today, so one more pallet is not going to make a big difference here. No. There it goes. So we're up to 661,000, so I need another 230,000. Now, sir, because you use super strength, now your tractor's kind of in here. There we go. So I'll probably get like another $60,000 or $70,000 of butter by springtime. And to think the BGA on this map is actually kind of on the cheap side. Ah, I got your PC all sorted out. All the pins and everything are nice and straight. Yeah, I think I was talking about the Intel. I have an i9 12 Intel chip, and there are no pins on that chip, so I don't have to worry about bending any pins. But that does remind me, I need to take my PC apart for a cleaning and to clean off the thermal paste and put down new thermal paste. It's been a moment. We do got some wine. What's the wine price looking like? I mean, I could get $20,000 worth of the wine. And maybe I should sell that, because I don't know if that price is going to drop. It is dropping a little bit. But right now on the train, it's higher than what it should be. The one thing I was thinking about doing on my PC is, for an upgrade, is storage. I'm at 7 terabits of storage, and I think I want to up it to at least maybe 10 or 12. So about $20,000 worth of wine that we have here. And then I think we're skipping on into March after I sell this. Quite pricey at the moment. Buying, well, anything for PCs is pricey now. But again, don't get me wrong, I love what I do for a living now, which is being a content creator for the most part. There's some days that drive me insane, but it is also my job, so yeah, each video I record and upload, those are like 40 gigs a piece on my PC. Then of course I have the original video that it came on, So that's usually a little bit more than the 40 gigs. So that's taking up a lot of storage space. And then, of course, nowadays, games, just having games on your hard drive, I mean, the really big games, they're taking up like 150 gigs and even more. And who knows when Grand Theft Auto comes out, Grand Theft Auto 6, how many gigs that's going to be. I know a lot of people want me to play Grand Theft Auto 6 when it comes out, but I have played the older games. I just can't get into them that much. I did call for the train, right? Train is going to arrive soon. 2.5 kilometers out. While I'm waiting for the train to show up, I'll just double check on the animals. Chickens are fine for another 2.5 months. We're in January, right? Yeah, 2.5 months. So February, March, yeah. So they're good until spring. And the cows should be good until spring also. Their feed trough is good for 2 months, but I think they got food in the TMR mixer. So, yeah, we can get right to spring. Actually, I think it was like roughly about last week at this time, I was on my Steam folder and I was uninstalling. I uninstalled a lot of games to free up some space. Hello, train. Where are you? Which way are you coming from today? Oh, crap. I hit the button to stop the train. Hit the wrong button. It's 1 kilometer out. GTA doesn't do anything for you either. I played GTA 5 a lot. Obviously, I never made a video on it, but I must have played like 30 hours of it on the storyline. I mean, it's okay. It's just that... And also for the kind of content I put on this channel, obviously I get paid by the adverts that are on the channel, and YouTube keeps track of the kind of content you put out. So if I start doing GTA... Oh, the train came from the opposite direction this time. If I do GTA, that's going to also limit some of the adverts I get put on the channel. So that would hurt me a little bit on that front. Alright, so I gotta remember, if I stop wherever the signal is, that should be where the back end of the train is. Should be right at the gate. I think. Yep. Yeah, beginning of the series, I said no super strength unless absolutely necessary. No autoloaders, but after 150 hours on the map, it's getting to the point of, okay, I think we've done it. Whoop, I think we've done enough of that. So now we're just trying to get things done here. Well, I was kind of opening up to 700,000. We're going to be close, but still a little bit shy of getting up to 700,000. And also, I said this before. Last summer, fall, we did a couple of. We did Eric's Home storyline. We also did the new Mafia storyline. Trying to get the storyline series on the channel, streaming those, because I have fun playing those. So yeah, we're up to $680,000. So 20,000 shy of what I was hoping to. But I could sell the wheat and barley. But right now I'm just going to hold on to that. Let me fold up the trailer here. All right, back to the farm. And I think we are at the point now of just getting to the month of March. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to get that BGA in early spring. Well, hopefully we can have it by midsummer. I need another 200 grand. And that's from also not spending any money either. But luckily I don't have anything on the purchase list, so other than buying seed and fertilizer and such. I mean, I could sell the Mercedes tractor. I mean, it's not worth a whole lot, but it is. If it almost gets me there, if we get awfully close, that'll be something I may have to look into. Just out of curiosity, in 1 month's time, we made $16,000 worth of butter. Hay, manure, we don't sell. Silage, we don't sell. So yeah, I got like $40,000 worth of grain, but I need that to feed the chickens. Sugar prices, not too bad, but we don't have a whole lot there either. So yeah, I mean, if that stuff actually got me to the BGA, it'd be like, all right, let's just sell it and get to the BGA. But we're still way short. I'm just gonna do a quick check on the animals when we get to February. So cows, they're good for another. Yeah, so the mixer must be out of feed, but they're good for another 1.3 months. So they're good until March, and the chickens should be good also, and they are. We're not going to be making any more mayonnaise. We got all the mayonnaise that we're going to have. Yeah, so it's just a matter of the butter. And of course, the butter price is going to drop as we go throughout the year, unfortunately. Um, dead wood, rock removal, wood transport. Yeah, contracts are about the only thing that could help us out. We're going to sleep until 8 because now it's going to be March. So I'll have a quick look at contracts. If I see 5 figures, meaning anything around 10,000 or above, if we can do it, I'm going to get a worker on it. And again, I am competing against other NPC farmers on the map, so they may take those contracts too. Bale wrapping. All right, none of those are interesting to me. All right, let's get over to, yes, you for one. We got to make some TRMR mixture. And it looks like the feed trough is completely empty, but we know it's not. So the thing is, if I sell the Mercedes, because right now I'm looking for contracts to do, I have one less tractor to do contracts, so it's one of those kind of things of, and I think last time I looked, the Mercedes wasn't worth that much. So, year number 13, our final year on Pichonniere. Oops, picked up 2 bales. Just want 1. Although, they probably could use a straw bale for bedding. Just for curiosity, they didn't run out of bedding, did they? I'm going to guess not, but... No, they didn't, but they are getting rather low. And those 3 bales that are beside the road, I am going to need those bales. I think. I definitely would need bales moving forward, though. At least for the next grass cut, I still got plenty of silage and hay for the cows. So next cut, I could just make silage again and, well, unfortunately, sell it because we're not going to have the money for the BGA. But by selling it, it will get me more closer to the BGA. There you guys go, or I should say ladies. Alright, now the chickens need some feed. Are we still making sugar? Or is that done yet? Cut sugar beet. We are done. We are done, so we can turn that off. And the winery, that should be done as well. Yeah, no more grapes, and we do got leftover sugar. Deactivate that. So everything should be turned off. You know, I could be making flour, but I said I wouldn't. I was going to say I don't want to do that. It's just for the sugar only. Yeah, I'm going to stick to that rule. So right now, the only thing we're making is butter from the milk. All right, let's go feed the chickens. Any contract, I got to keep my eye on it close because the other workers, did they take on anything? No active neighbor they haven't taken nothing either yet. Oh, I still got... Oh, man, I got canola in here. I need to take that canola. I keep forgetting about it. All right, feed the chickens, and then we'll take that canola over. That canola that's in here came from a harvest before I owned the oil mill. And then the problem is, after I bought the oil mill, every time I do a harvest, I just bring the canola right over, and I forget about the canola I have in storage here. I mean, it won't be a whole lot of mayonnaise I get from it, but it will be something. And it might be enough, not all on its own, to buy the BGA, but it may be enough when I get near the end, or very close to help us buy it. While it's filling up, bale wrapping dead wood. I'm going to fast forward time to 9 o'clock, because I think that's when the contracts will show up. Alright, still nothing. They're not taking nothing either. No farmers need work done in March? Yeah, gotta be careful on this bridge. It's not that wide. I mean, I wouldn't expect any mowing contracts to come up in March, but I was kind of hoping for, like, cultivating or plowing contracts to prep fields for planting may come up. Just trying to see as I drive on through here how many fields. That field to our right looks like it needs some planting done in it. So maybe a cultivating plowing contractor come up there. Should be able to get into this oil mill with the Kubota. Don't think the entryway is that small up here. And I think I've been up here with it before. It's a little bit more trickier to get the trailer in the trigger to dump off the canola, but gotta hug this thing to our left because that's where the canola needs to go. All right, we'll turn these back on. First off, mayonnaise production, canola oil, eggs. Activate that, and then the mill. Canola oil, activate. Is it 2 for 1 on the oil? Yes, it is. So I'll get like 3,000 liters, and that will give us maybe 4,000 liters of mayonnaise, which is pretty good, actually. All right, so we fed the chickens, fed the cows, gave the cows bedding, brought the canola oil that I kept forgetting about to the mill. And we're not finding any contracts coming up at all to get workers onto. So I guess it's just grab the planter and we'll get the sugar beet planted. Well, it looks like to our field to our left, they use a planter for that field, so it's like sorghum or... don't think it'll be soybeans, because you can't plant soybeans in March, I don't think. I better go wash off the trailer before I get any more comments about my dirty equipment. I mean, the trailer is a mess, though. That is dirty. Quick rinse on the Kubota, even though I'm going to use it to drill. Okay, any contracts? Got to keep my eyes on that one. The big fields, if I get like a plowing or a cultivating contract in a big field, those could pay like 20 grand. Alright, it shouldn't take us too long to get this planted. Kind of hoping being a small field, and it does need some fertilizer, but hopefully I don't need to go buy too much. Although I probably got some in my drill. And since this is the last field I'm going to be planting, I could just take the fertilizer out of that. Because again, this is our last year on Pichonniere. So after harvest, I won't be thinking about crop rotation or what needs to go where. Yep, planting more sugar beet. Should not get any weeds in this field either because we plowed it. Yeah, I should get this field done without needing to go get more fertilizer. And before you know it, we'll be back right into harvest season. So, like 2 more streams on Pichonniere. Also, not using a whole bunch of seed either for sugar beet, but if I remember correctly, sugar beet, parsnips, and carrots and onions, you don't need much seed for that kind of stuff. I mean, I probably could also sell a lot of stuff on the farm that we don't need anymore and get the money to buy the BGA. But at the same time, I feel like that's not the wise thing to do because if we were to stay here, it'd be equipment that I would need and use. So I don't want to do it that way. Because I mean, obviously, I could sell just selling the sky drill that we purchased last week. That's probably worth like $110,000. This drill here, I think, is like 60,000. So that alone would almost give me enough money to buy the BGA. But then I would have no drill for the farm. Even though, like I said, we're not going to be playing here past this year. I don't want to. It just doesn't feel right to me by selling the equipment to get the money to buy something, even though I'm not going to be using it anymore. I know it may be kind of weird to some people, but that's just the way I'm looking at it. Because, like I said, if I were to stay here for, if this was truly a farm you're running, you wouldn't be selling that equipment. This is the equipment that you need for the farm. And the thing is, it's been so long since I've actually used a BGA. I don't know how fast it's going to go through that manure and slurry that we have. Nor do I know how much money I'm going to get from electricity and methane. I mean, I did sort of use the BGA on, what's that map by Cavalier Roy? The Riverside? Was it Riverside? I think it's Riverside. Probably got the wrong name to it. But on his map, we used the BGA that was at the farm. All right, sugar beet is planted. I just want to have a quick look at the grapes. Probably needs to be plowed. And that's it. Obviously, it'll need fertilizer. But we'll wait until the crop grows. Well, when that finally does turn, it turns quick. And that takes a second to decouple. But, yep, we're all set there. Contracts. Nothing new. And even the NPCs don't want to do those kind of contracts. So we do almost have, yeah, the butter is up to about 50,000 by the time I sold it and get the our bonus. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I just don't really have anything else worthy of selling as is. I did talk about, uh, the Mercedes is something I could sell because it's not something on the farm that I'm using a whole lot of. And that is worth, as it stands, 30,000. So I mean, it's worth something, but not a whole lot. That drill, wow! I just barely bought that drill. Only used it for a couple of fields, and that value dropped down to 83,000. That's a ripoff. And that star that we just used, that's 46,000. Again, but I'm not going to sell that stuff. The only thing I probably would sell would be the Mercedes, just because being a manual transmission, it kind of annoys me the way it works in a field. So there's that. But we will, I guess it looks like we'll be cutting our grass fields and making silage out of them and sell the silage bales. That'll be another 40,000. So yeah, we will have the money to buy the BGA by midsummer. It's just not the way I was hoping it would be. I was kind of hoping to have it now. And by the way, I haven't fed Sam in forever, so we'll give him a bowl of food. But I think that's where we're going to wrap up for today. We got, yeah, so the next step would be get on to April. We'll have to take care of the grapes by fertilizing them. That's right, we're not going to get any weeds in here. I'm not going to bother with the stones rolling on in. So they're fine. But we'll have the grapes to fertilize. We'll have the grass field to cut. We'll wrap it on up. Get some silage bales. But we'll move right into the harvesting next time. Next stream will be on, looks like Thursday. Being the summer months, so usually I don't stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. That's kind of the way it's always been throughout the winter. But even when I'm not streaming on those days, on Wednesdays and Sundays, I am either recording episodes or getting things prepped up for stream. So I don't really ever have a full day off. During the summer months here, I'm kind of taking some Tuesdays off so I can get some housework done outside and just try to get a day away from the computer. But I always find myself sitting here doing something on a Tuesday. So that's why I'm not really streaming 2 days of farm sim, and plus, maybe because I'm at the end of this series, but I'm getting a little burnt out on FS. And like I said, when we get done here, we'll be taking a break from the FS completely for a little while. So yeah, my next stream won't be until Thursday. We'll be back on SnowRunner for season 18. We are like 60% done on season 18 there. So I spent some time yesterday getting it prepped for Thursday stream, so we should be good there. Had an episode of American Truck Simulator that went out yesterday. So if that's your thing, at least you got ATS you can go watch if you haven't seen it. I will be posting here very soon. I do have the City Skylines episode going out for Wednesday. So that'll be posted here very soon. Right now I'm just checking on something else here. Let's see here. Yeah, FS Farmer is streaming, which I figured he might be. So I'm going to go ahead and so if you want to see a little bit more farming today, FS Farmer, who was in chat a little while ago, he is currently streaming on don't know what map he's on currently, but he is currently streaming. So you'll get sent over there if you want to see a little bit more the farming stuff. So yeah, my next stream won't be until Thursday, but you'll have an episode of City Skylines 2 Wednesday, and you have ATS that went out yesterday. But appreciate everyone being here on a Monday, watching me get some farming done. I will be back here next Monday, right here in Pichonniere Valley, and we'll see how far we get. And fingers crossed, maybe we'll get to buy the BGA. Be a stretch, but we'll see. But appreciate everyone being here on a Monday. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good Tuesday, Wednesday, and hopefully I'll see you on Thursday. Like I said, if you want to stick around, you should be redirected to FS Farmer. He is playing Farm Sim 25, doing some farming stuff. But appreciate you being here. Like I said, hopefully I'll see you on Thursday. But until then, have a good one.